So, what's happened is, I should kind of increase the pressure. It's my house about to, this far away, but it was just like, yes, and then we realized.
Mic check, mic check, check.
Right. So that's like, there was like taking the phone, see about this, whatever, now I got earlier, I mean, like, and it's like, wow, this whole thing is sick for me to get this stuff. To do something. Even though my own kid is sticky on the conduct. So I went out and walked this, and they came yesterday in the morning, I went out and walked and saw the so nice. I had a friend who saw it here with her mother to see what else she did before. So I did a lot of things. Shirley. Her daughter's was it only like maybe? I mean, I'm awake. Good morning.
How are you?
How was that? Yeah.
It was about 85 cents. Good morning, everybody. Rick's got a
Ma'am. Okay, thank you. One is 2 pages, special one's 2 pages. That one is 7. So that's the 2 pager. Okay. Oh wow. Okay. Okay. Can we want to wait?
Just got a cool one.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. Okay. You have students do the pledge.
Pledge and prayer. Now, what I'm going to suggest, because we don't
Right.
I don't have the pledge.
No.
And the prayer kit, so I was just accept the pledge.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
For the second.
For the second.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Rob, without a T. Your microphone is right here. Keep it there.
Do we have an on-off button?
You can just leave it on. It shouldn't be a problem. Okay.
Okay.
If you get to where you think you need to turn it off, we can come up here and help turn it off. One. So just shoot right there.
Yeah, it's on though.
Okay.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Phillips, Dr. Martin.
Hey, Dr. Martin, good to see you.
Good to see you too. How are you doing?
Good, how are you
How was
doing?
your trip down?
Not too bad. Not early, but not too bad.
Well, hopefully, moving forward, we'll be able to, we're working on trying to get it, where you can remotely.
Yeah.
So that will help out, I think, a little bit. Obviously, I'd like to have it come down though. But,
Yeah.
But definitely, and I need to schedule a time to come up and see you.
You should, and see Rustin.
Yeah, I rode the bus through Ruston,
Yeah.
but it was in the evening time, so.
How have you been doing up here? Has it been what you expected?
I will tell you, it is definitely been a little bit more than I expected as far as the needs.
Yeah.
But we're working through it. I think we're in a much better place than we were 8 months ago.
Well, I feel very confident that you're doing a great job. I'm very glad that you're the one heading it up. So
Yeah, but I'm really enjoying the work.
good.
So, but it definitely has, it's like an onion, right? You just layer after layer after layer.
Yeah.
But we're getting there. I think when we look at it 8 months from today, we'll be in a much better place than we were today. And like I said, I think we're continuing to make progress.
Yeah, that's all you can do. I appreciate that. Has family talked to you about the convention in April?
Not yet.
Okay. That'll be middle of the April 19th, 20th.
Good morning.
But it's right here in Baton.
Good morning. Can y'all hear me?
So I know I'm going to see the ASD. I don't know what the dates are on that, but I'll look that up.
Yeah.
But that is in South Carolina.
Right.
So we'll see it. They just flashed the lights. So
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
we'll talk about it after.
Yes.
Testing. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Good morning, everybody. How are y'all? Okay, it's been a minute since we've done this, and my skills as the president sometimes have to be refreshed. So I'm going to go through this slow. First, we are going to open the meeting, and with that, we're going to do a call to order. Okay, Sherry. Here. Vicki.
Here.
Bambi.
Here.
Edward.
Here.
Kenny. Here. Maria. Here. And I'm here, and I believe that Mr. Morris is on the way. So Ronnie is not here at this time. Anthony Celestine, do we know? Okay, I did hear that he was coming, but he's not here at the time. All right, so that is everybody that is here for the meeting. We're going to have an invocation, and the invocation is going to be led by Mr. Greg Alford. Good morning.
Good morning. Let us pray. Lord God, thank you for being the God of heaven, looking down upon us today, Lord. Be with the board, be with Dr. Martin, be with everyone in this room. Give us your wisdom to make plans for this special school district, and especially the children. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Thank you, Mr. Alford. Okay, at this time, we are going to have the Pledge of Allegiance, and it is going to be led by two students from LSVI. Chloe Fontenot, and Caden Shelvin. Good morning.
Good morning. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank y'all so much. Let's give them a round of applause for coming up and taking time out of their class day to do this. Okay, so we're going to move to agenda item number 2, the date selection of the 2024 regular board meetings. So the first meeting would be today, February 7th at 10:30. Then the next meeting would be May 7th at the same time, August 13th at the same time, and November 12th at the same time. So we need to take a vote for these board, to accept the board meeting days and times.
I move that the dates and times be accepted as proposed.
Okay. Thank you, Edward.
I second it. This is Sherry.
Thank you, Sherry, and we'll do roll call. Sherry?
Yes.
Vicky?
Yes.
Bambi?
Yes.
Edward?
Yes.
Kenny?
Yes.
Maria?
Yes.
And Christy is a yes. Okay, that was short and sweet. So we're going to move to the third agenda item, and that is adjournment of the special meeting.
So moved.
Okay. Thank you, Edward.
I second it. This is Sherry.
Thank you, Sherry. Okay, do we have any questions about the dates of the future meetings that we're going to have? Okay, thank you very much. We are going to move to our regular meeting that is scheduled for today at 10:30. Okay, again, we're going to call to order. So this is the regular board meeting for February 7th, and it didn't take us 30 minutes for the last meeting, so the time is 10:40. All right, we're going to call the meeting to order. Sherry. Vicky. Here. Bambi.
Here.
Edward.
Here.
Kenny. Here. Maria.
Here.
Christy is here. And at this time, Ronnie Morris is not here, and Anthony Celestine is not here. All right, we have the invocation and pledge of allegiance again, but I'm just going to ask y'all to accept the prior pledge of allegiance and invocation.
Accepted.
This is Sherry. I move that we accept it.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you very much. All right, we're going to move to agenda item number 2, and that is the approval of the August 22nd, 2023 and October 16th, 2023 meeting minutes.
This is Sherry. We're going to make some corrections.
Okay.
Let me see what I have a question about. It's on the minutes. There's a question mark that's indicated on the minutes. I was thinking we should have that removed. Let's see, it's section 5, letter B, part 1. It was seconded by, and there's a question mark there. We need a name of the person who seconded the motion. This is Kenny. Where the question mark is indicated, you can put my name. Is that possible for us to do? And list me as the seconder of the motion. Sherry is saying I accept that.
Okay.
So we'll accept the minutes with with that correction.
Okay. Does everybody accept the minutes from the last two meetings with that correction made?
Yes.
Okay, do I have a second? And I'll do a roll call just to accept the meeting minutes from the last two dates with the corrections made. Sherry?
Yes.
Vicky? Yes. Bambi?
Yes.
Edward?
Yes.
Kenny?
Yes.
Maria?
Yes.
Thank you, and Christy is a yes. Okay, so we're going to move on at this time to the third agenda item, and we are going to have the superintendent's report. Dr. Martin?
All right, good morning. This is Dr. Martin.
Good morning.
And just a quick little housekeeping measure. If you ask a question or make a comment, if you would state your name so the captioner can put that into the captions as we're moving. So if you could just remember to state your name. Again, this is Dr. Martin, and I am happy to be in front of you today with a quorum. And I know we've got another member on the way, so we've got a strong showing today. We've got a couple of reports, obviously the superintendent's report, and I'm going to have, as I have in the past, those folks that are over those programs come up and present reports for us. So we'll start with the program updates, then I've got a climate and culture survey discussion, and then the general district updates. I've got some general district updates. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Natalie Delgado, who is the Executive Director of the Louisiana School for the Deaf.
Hi, am I standing in the right place for Zoom? Perfect. Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Natalie Delgado. My sign name is N on the chin. I'm here. Good morning, all of you. Hope you're healthy and doing well. We've had a lot of people sick with the cold, so I hope you continue with your health. So we'll go ahead and dive into our updates and information to share for today, for today's meeting. So we'll start with our announcements and spotlights of what's going on. We're building more with our family engagement and community events. We have an event coming up soon. We're going to have a mural unveiling of the murals, yes. So we have that March 1st, and it's open to the community. You guys are welcome to join us. And please RSVP if you're interested in joining. You can contact me, and I can share more information. We have our family school organization going on. We had a meeting last night. It's going well. We're very excited to have our family engagement committee back, and we are working on several different projects. So now we're going to start planning for our outreach open house and our family learning fun weekend. So we're predicting to have that arranged in May. Historically, we offer that program just for birth to kindergarten, that age group, but now we're hoping to expand that from birth to 5th grade. And that open house is not just open for families, but non-current LSD, or anybody that's interested in going to LSD, anyone in Louisiana who is interested in learning about our programs or school, or to join in on the workshops with families and interact with other deaf and hard of hearing students here at LSD, it's a great overall outreach opportunity for us, and we're really excited for that. Another announcement we have is the language policy. Our staff received training at LSD, and now we're having our students get used to this new approved language policy. We're working to plan on how that procedure will go along, and we'll train families. So the next slide will show that we have 20 new hires, but we actually have 2 new hires in addition, so it's about a total of 22 new hires so far for this year. So it's a lot of people that have been joining our team, and we're excited that our team is growing. We're learning and growing. And with that, I'm excited to share that we just received our letter of intent, our letter of intents back, and so that's for people who are committing to stay on for next year. And so I'm excited to announce that we have 100% that will be returning next year, except one person who's retiring, but that's very exciting. The next upcoming event is our outreach event, and we have various locations. The next one will be February 24th in New Orleans, and that's at 1:30. It's going to be in River Ridge, at the River Ridge Library. And that's open to birth to age 22, any age, any LSD students or non-LSD students, no matter where they live. We will be there in New Orleans. The next event we have is the Academic Bowl. It's for high school students. They'll be attending that event in Atlanta, February 23rd to the 26th. We're really excited to see how they do for that. And then we have our monthly outreach, early intervention events. The next one will be in March. And then April 12th, we have our Deaf History Month. We're inviting the school districts or any hard of hearing students around Louisiana. They are welcome to attend and see us that day. So we will show off our deaf history activities, and this is an outreach opportunity for those kids to be able to come see our school with their families. So often they come by and they can learn. It's really nice for us. We did that last year, and we had several that were interested in participating with us this year. All right, next slide. I'm going to pause and let you guys review this slide for a few minutes. I will expand on this, okay? It may be difficult to read, but I will expand on it. Okay, they said they can't read it. So I'll go ahead and describe this. So this is our MAP data. MAP means measurement of academic progress. And so this data is shown to you guys because we just completed our MAP interim assessments. And so the LEAP interim, unfortunately, is delayed for us because in January we had the freeze and we had some pipe issues, and so students weren't able to come to campus. So we had to delay that assessment, unfortunately. But for now, I'm going to show you guys our MAP data here. And so at the top portion is the MAP scores. And so this is for math K to 12. Overall, we've provided this assessment in the fall, and then we'll provide it again in the winter. So for the growth portion, from fall to winter, we scored about 48%, percentile, 48 percentile overall. And then the achievement for the fall score, we had 6 percentile. And then the winter was 6 percentile. And so we want to clarify to you guys that probably can't see it down here, but our student scores on the further end where the red area is, and you see the 20th percentile, before they started, the scores were really low. And so there is some growth. However, it's within the same first to 20 percentile. And so it may look like they're not growing, but actually, if you look at our overall growth, we've scored about 50% high growth there. And so it's not just that we're growing, but we're actually growing very highly, according to the MAP data. For the reading scores, overall score is 25 percentile of growth. And then in the fall is 6% percentile of achievement. And then for winter, it's 4 percentile achievement. I'm sorry, I want to go back a little bit. So for the math portion, I wanted to clarify that we scored for 50 percentile for our class from K to 12 for the high growth area. Now for reading, we did not have the same level of high growth. However, we do have high achievement for 12th grade, 10th grade, and 2 of our upper elementary grades. So we are seeing some progress, some growth of what we're doing this year. And it's growing. And math has really increased. And that's pretty typical. We see that often in our deaf students. They can acquire math easier because the language deprivation that can occur. So that's appropriate according to research. Next slide. Can you guys see this slide okay? Okay, I'll go ahead and expand on this. So given the data that we have here, we are providing several interventions, supports. One that we're providing, the intervention support, is block time for our students, where we provide various supports according to their needs. One of our students started the bilingual bicultural program, and that curriculum is a deaf-specific curriculum. Often we're so used to being given hearing type of curriculum that's very heavily based on phonics and sounds, and our students struggle with that. It doesn't accommodate them. But this curriculum is made for students who use sign language to communicate. It's really nice. Bedrock literacy is a similar concept. It's deaf-specific curriculum for reading. And so I put down October 27th as the date. And the reason is because we were not able to receive the training at the beginning of the year. And so I actually started the same day for the teachers. So we're going to start that training in October. So it's a bit of a struggle for us to get that going along, but we're looking forward to having more so we can have a strong start for the next school year. Edulastic, and then Eagle 2.0. That assessment aligns with the LEAP level of rigor. Another new intervention that we're providing is UFly. UFly, University of Florida Literacy and Institute. And so that's a phonic-based curriculum. So you're probably wondering why, but we do have some students who do have high level of access to hearing, to spoken and language English. So those students can receive that during their intervention block, and they do still have the bilingual instruction. They still have the bilingual grammar curriculum with Bedrock and everything, but also they can receive the high access to phonic instruction, so they can receive more. And we provide instructional coach with all of our staff, especially the new staff that we have here on campus. And then we have our intervention coach, part of our leadership team. We provide tutoring after school. We provide math supports through various online apps, ASL immersion, and of course, our Tier 1 curriculum. We also put CR there, and CR means constructed response. And what that means is that at the beginning of the year, you probably saw our LEAP data, and it shows that our students heavily struggle in writing, and that's due to the constructed response, the CR. And so we're trying to figure out how we can pull up their skills. So we provide them various types of supports. But part of that, we developed a pilot program. And so the LEAP rubric is actually aligned to the curriculum that we have. And so we're testing that with the 3rd to 5th grade level with our leadership team. And so they'll start grading their students' work using that to help pull up their scores. And so once we test this year, we'll clean up and receive feedback on that and see that the rubric is actually working, and we hope that we can progress and be able to create all the rubrics for constructive response for the next school year. And so that pretty much wraps up the information I wanted to share for today. Any questions for me?
Okay, this is Dr. Barton. Thank you, Dr. Delgado, for that information. And you are free to exit the stage. All right, coming up next is Ms. Susan Covington, and she is going to be talking about LSVI.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
First of all, I wanted to let you know that we have added 10 new students this year. We're really excited about getting some of these students from our outreach departments. We have 2 more students. We have 2 more students that have applied, and hopefully they will be in a few weeks. In 2 weeks from now, we have 3 teachers going up to Louisiana Tech to be taking the NCUEB. We're really excited about that. I believe that these are our student teachers. They're really not student teachers, but students of Braille will be doing really well on this test. We're hosting Braille Challenge Thursday, and thanks to Ms. Robin and Ms. Nabiha for helping us out with that. LSVI's goals this year is we wanted to increase our Elite 2025 scores by 5% in English and math, and I'd like to talk to you about how we're going to do that. We offer tutoring after school based on students' levels of performance and where they're needed, their instruction. We looked at the DIBELS this year, DIBELS, and we noticed that our large print students are reading at a much faster speed than our Braille students. So in order to address that need, we are going to be working on repeated readings, choral reading, decoding practice with word work, multiple reading opportunities throughout the day, and setting fluency goals for each student so they can know what their goal is and they can master that goal. We're also doing our literacy intervention, which has been going on probably, this is our 6th year. This year we're using our IRLA, I-R-L-A, this independent reading level assessment. In grades K through 8, we do a minimum of 2 hours of intervention in reading each week. And at the beginning of the year, we had 20% of students reading on grade level. At the middle of year performance, we had 30% students reading on grade level. Emergency level is reading 2+ grade levels below. We have decreased that number, and we have increased the number of students reading at risk, which is 1 year below grade level. For our math intervention, Assessments is one of LDOE's programs that they have that we can input our math data, and it took us a little while with the PII and everything to get access to it, but we're using that along with the LEAP 360 data, the interim data, and to create our interventions. And we decided that we were seeing so much progress with our IRLA, the reading interventions, that we decided to take a different approach in math than what we usually do. And we decided to look at where the students are, what standards are the most important for them to learn, and meet each student where those standards, or where they were. And what we found is that the students are increasing their levels of proficiency in math. So we do hope to achieve that 5% growth in ELA and math.
Can you go to the next slide, please? So this is just a chart that shows the intervention data K through 8, and it showed in September 2023 that we had 13 students at the emergency level, which again is 2+ years behind grade level, which was 52% of our students. We had 7 students at risk, which is 1 year below grade level, and we had 5 students at grade level or beyond in September. December, when we did our middle of the year data, our emergency was less, from 13 to 9 students, which went down to 35%. Our at-risk students increased to 39%, or 10 students, and our above grade level, at or above grade level students went to 30%. So we were very pleased with that data. We're set to make our goals for this year. And can we go to the next slide, the math data? So at the beginning of the year, 4th grade, we had, in our 4th grade, 41% of our students, we looked at there, and that's where they were correct in their answers. And in the middle of the year, we noticed that in 4th grade, 63% of their answers were now correct using the same standards that we were looking at. 5th grade, we noticed that at the beginning of the year, 23% of students were answering correctly at grade level, whereas at the middle of the year, we have 27% now accurately, correctly at grade level, answering questions. And 6th grade, we had 28% at the beginning of the year. We now have 41%. And 7th grade, 36%, and we are now at 46%. 8th grade, 34%, and we're now at 54%. We're very excited about these movements in math. We were looking at NBT, which is numbers and base 10 operations. We found that our students were really, really weak there, and that basically feeds all the way into algebra, geometry, algebra 2, and higher math at this early level. And we noticed that fractions was also a deficit, so we expressed that's where we really wanted to focus. In middle school, those 2 items go to expressions and equations, and expressions and equations is from the fractions. And then later, it goes from geometry into ratios and proportional values. So I believe that with the data that we have right now and our targets, that we will meet our goals by the end of the year. Does anyone have any questions?
Yeah, this is Edward Bell. I've got a couple of questions.
Yes, sir.
Sounds like things are trending upward, and that's really, really good. Congratulations to you on that. It seems that teacher training is an important part of that. I guess I have a couple of questions. One is, I know that a number of your teachers are taking classes through Louisiana Tech, and we're glad for that, because I think we have really good training with respect to Braille and working with the youth. And this may be more of a question for Dr. Martin, I'm not sure. But to date, the teachers that have been taking our classes have only taken our classes based on the scholarships that we've been able to provide them, and that's not indefinite. We may not be able to do that long term. So I wanted to know if the district has a policy or a program or the ability to be able to fund the teachers to be able to take some of these graduate classes to gain their competency in those areas, those specific classes related to what you're discussing here. And in particular, their certification as well. As you mentioned, several of those folks will be coming to Ruston to take their certification exam here at the end of the month. Again, we're the ones funding that, and we're glad to fund that for now, but we can't fund that indefinitely. But we recognize that in order for these scores for these kids to come up, the teachers need to be competent in Braille, they need to be competent in math, they need to be competent in all these skill areas. And so we're trying to provide that skill training for them But number one, they need to be committed to doing it, and number two, if they're committed, they need the financial resources to be able to go to those courses and do those things. So I guess, as I said, this may be more of a question for Dr. Martin, opening that dialogue, but definitely, I think you guys are on an upward trend, and I'm very proud to see that. But I think that to make those scores raise even higher, we really need to increase teacher competency and teacher training, which we can do, but the financial burden for some of these students to get their graduate school work has been a barrier for some of them. And not only the financial barrier for them to take the courses, but I also think that maybe, I don't know whether it's incentive or whether it's consequences, but I think sometimes teachers do take courses, maybe they're not completely committed and they don't put the effort into it, and so maybe there needs to be some financial burden on the teachers themselves or some kind of consequence. Either way it goes, I think that we need to push teacher competency a little bit harder. We have the availability of the teacher competency training, and both the funding and both the reward or the consequence for that training, we need to push a little bit harder. And so I just want to know what the school district is prepared to do with respect to not only funding or reimbursing students for university training, but also ensuring that there is some requirement or necessity, I guess, for them to have that kind of graduate level training. So really that's my question is what can we do at the district level to ensure that teachers have the funding to do the training and have the emphasis or the push to make sure that they get the qualifications that they need.
In the past, I'm going to let Dr. Martin answer part of it. I know in the past, the teachers would pay the bill first, and then they would request reimbursement up to a certain amount. I'm sure that we can still do that.
So this is Dr. Martin. We have a current policy for tuition reimbursement regarding, but we're looking at revising that, and then also looking at funding opportunities based on the need of the district. So if the district needs a specific certification, then how can we fund that as a district to make sure that we have that? IDEA funding is a possibility to use for some of that. So we would just have to really look at, first we have to revise the policy around tuition reimbursement as if teachers are paying for it and expecting reimbursement for that. Now, there's incentive for the teachers to receive their TVI because I believe it's a 10% pay increase once they receive their teacher, the visually impaired or deaf, hard of hearing certification. So there is an incentive, a financial incentive for that, but we do need to look at the funding mechanism. And once we go through this budget season and I can have a clear understanding of where we are with funding, I think we can take a closer look at that and revise that policy to increase the amount that we actually reimburse for those courses.
Just Edward as a follow-up here, and I appreciate the increase of funding because, as you know, everything is going up in prices, including tuition. And there may not be anything you can do about this, and if you can't, I certainly understand that. But over the number of years that I've been doing this, one of the problems, and again, I understand you may not be able to do this, but one of the problems is that even though there's a reimbursement, sometimes tuition at the university level can be $1,000 or $1,300 per course. And a lot of teachers say, even if they're going to get reimbursed, they can't pay that out of pocket. And so we, fortunately, in the last couple of years, we've had the funding to be able to provide that scholarship funding to them. But if we don't have the scholarship funding, reimbursement is good, but, you know, putting $1,300 or $1,500 on your credit card is a real burden for some teachers. So I don't know if there's a way that the school district can set up a fund to pay those tuition costs at the time that they're due or not. But all I can tell you is that the reimbursement model has been a deterrent for some teachers because it is a big chunk of money up front, and you know, I wish it could be, you know, much less than that, but unfortunately that's the university's policy with that. So anyway, that's just one thing to add to the mix, that the reimbursement model, and even with the certification tests, sometimes what we hear is that they don't have the money up front to put the money up front. So I don't know whether that's something that can be considered or not, but I just wanted to put that out there to you.
Yeah, this is Dr. Martin again. We'll have to, again, take a look at the policy and see if that's something that we could do. A lot of states, the universities that have vision programs are operating under a OSEF grant, so that tuition's automatically covered during that. So that's something we could look at too, is federal funding to cover these types of certification programs. And then in Tennessee, there was a shortfall, and we housed the program at the school, essentially with a partnership with Trevecca Nazarene University. So that's, you know, there's a variety of things that we can look at, but I think we'll have to, let's see what the funding looks like this year and where we can pull some money together and follow state policy with regards to reimbursement or you know, fronting tuition expenses. But that's something we'll definitely take a look at.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Susan? Okay, thank you. Next up will be the Special Schools Program, and Dr. Shirley Lewis will be presenting. And while she's making her way to the stage, just know that at 11:30 we'll have to take a 15-minute break for the captioning service. So we'll have to take a 15-minute break at 11:30, so I'm going to try to get through as much as possible before then.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Shirley Lewis. I'm here to present data of... Good morning. Is that better? Good morning. Okay, good morning again. My name is Shirley Lewis. I'm here to present data for the special school programs. We have been engaged in data analysis throughout the programs, in special school programs. This morning, what I would like to do is present the data analysis for one of our programs, and that program is Pinecrest Support and Services Center. They assess their kids quarterly, as you can see on the slide. The purpose of that assessment is to, number one, measure growth and progress, but additionally, we use that information to inform instruction, to see how we're doing and what changes may be in order to make sure that we are having a positive impact on our students. We do use still the STAR assessment for reading and for math. Next slide, please. This slide analyzes the reading data for Pinecrest. And in this chart, we note that 42% of the students currently at Pinecrest are showing a half grade level or more increase in reading, which we're very proud of. Additionally, another 42% are showing a grade, showing growth, but it's not as robust as we would like it to be. So those students did show some growth, less than a half grade level progress there. Most concerning for us is that 16% of those students who were assessed compared to the fall assessment and the winter assessment showed no growth. So we're currently analyzing where those pockets are and addressing those kids specifically to increase those reading scores. When you look at the next slide, we're going to analyze the math performance of those students at Pinecrest. Let's take a look at 43% of all those students who are assessed first and second quarter showed growth of a half a grade level or above, but consequently 17% of those scored less than a half a grade level, but they did show growth. Again, most concerning for us is that of all those students who were assessed both quarters, 39 of those students did not show any growth or showed negative growth. So we're working on pinpointing where those areas are and developing individual plans to make sure that on our next assessment of those students that we see some forward momentum in the growth in math and in reading. Some of the things that we're putting in place at Pinecrest is to look earnestly and deeply into where our students are showing these pockets. First, what I'd like to say is that Pinecrest has incorporated a readiness to learn policy, making sure that when students come to them, they're calm, they're relaxed, and they're ready to learn. And then they're implementing reading and math interventions that are aligned with their STAR reading and math. So those two will play hand in hand. So when they work on the interventions, they will show growth in reading and math. Lastly, every classroom at Pinecrest will have a classroom library. We can make sure that kids always have access to the printed text and that teachers are there to support them, not only when they have an interest in a certain area, but we want to make sure that instruction is always going on. In math class, doing reading, doing ELA, doing vocational, they have access to the printed text. So we're looking forward to some of the growth that we're going to anticipate when we assess our kids during this third quarter. Any questions?
Shirley, I have a question. How many of the residents at Pinecrest are actually on the regular diploma track?
Currently, we do not have a regular diploma track. All of our students at Pinecrest are working toward competencies. They're addressing Tier 1 curriculum, and they're moving forward.
Okay.
We do have some on high set track.
Okay.
Yes.
So the majority of them are not seeking a regular diploma just due to the mental capacity. And I think it's important for the board and the people outside of the board to understand what Pinecrest really serves. Generally, in the LDH world, you have to go through the Office of Citizens with Developmental Disabilities for admittance to any intermediate care facility. And generally speaking, it's very hard to place some of these residents just due to extreme behavior concerns and where they came from prior to them entering Pinecrest. And not that the Department of Health, they don't have a lot of places for people with these kind of disabilities, so Pinecrest generally gets the majority of this population, which is very difficult to serve. And if you don't actually see it, it's hard to understand where some of the residential backgrounds come from. It's long-term, so it may be worth your while if you've never been to Pinecrest, that you go see it firsthand, because then it really enlightens you to growth in terms of academics sometimes is not as important as growth in just being like a human being, quality of life, and those kind of things. But we do appreciate what y'all are doing there.
And let me add, if and when one of our students do return back to their respective districts, do know that we do address Tier 1 curriculum with our students, and they are addressing all the state standards as well. Are there any other questions? Yes.
Edward, I have one question. Sounds like you guys are definitely on an upward swing. That's good. Is there anything that the school district can do to better support you, whether it be teacher training, whether it be resources, support staff, given what you've talked about with the needs, what can the school district do to better support what you're trying to accomplish?
I think if the school district would understand the populations that we serve in our various programs, understand the many challenges that our teachers are facing with this population, not only academic challenges, but behavior challenges, mental challenges. Teachers are hard to come by when it comes to serving in our various programs, particularly at our programs, Pinecrest, our LDH programs, and also for our Department of Corrections and our OJJ facilities. We continue to need that support to make sure that we have the best teachers before our students, because they are presenting very challenging behaviors, academic. So again, that support is what we need, finding those teachers who are qualified. Any additional questions? Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I just want to get some clarification, and I certainly appreciate the comments about the complexity of the students within your system. But when you talked about graduation and those type of things, are any of your students in those programs getting diplomas, and then those with disabilities, or any of them getting, like, through the April Dunn Act? Are you using those options?
Our students are working toward a high school, a high set, the high school graduate equivalency diploma. So we have several programs currently operating within Pinecrest. We have students who are students with autism. We have students who are overage, and we're working on vocational transitional skills with them. But we also have students who are able to get their high set. So they're working on making sure that they are positioned to take that high set.
But if you have your students who can't take the high set, are you looking at the April Dunn Act as an option for those students?
We are not. We are positioning, no, we do not give diplomas, but what we do is prepare those students for, if they go back to their respective districts, that they are positioned to continue that education within those respective districts.
So if they don't go back to their districts and they're there, like say at Pinecrest, they're there for beyond their K-12 education, then those students just never have the option to get the high school diploma?
We do not have a high school diploma option there. We present them with the high set option there for those students. Okay?
And I just kind of want to make a comment about that. That facility does not admit any resident until they're 12 years old. And by the time they come to being admitted there has been a plethora of failures for those residents that we speak of, mentally, physically. Academics really can't function in the world as a person in society. Academics, you hate to say it, but they have to take a back seat to some of the abuse, neglect that these residents have come from, their mental and physical capacity. So you focus on trying to integrate them into society where, and the majority of them don't leave. It's like mine. The majority, I never have anybody leave, unfortunately, unless they pass away. You have to look back historically on that one specific resident when they do get them at the age of 12. And sometimes you don't get them till 16 or 18 or 20. Really, when there's no other place to admit them, they go to Pinecrest. It's kind of like the last stop. And sometimes Pinecrest does not have the physical or mental means to even take that kind of resident, and they have to adapt to it. And that kind of happened about probably 12 years ago when all the mental health institutions for juveniles closed. and Pinecrest's population changed tremendously. So it's historical, but it's also the type of resident that they get. It's really interesting. If anybody ever wants to go see it, feel free. Mandy Pittman is the administrator there. She does a phenomenal job, but it is 400 and something residents, some autistic, some medically fragile, some behaviorally challenged, and some where, like even the juvenile justice system, they couldn't take them, so Pinecrest takes them. It's an interesting place to look at.
Thank you, Chris. You're welcome. Any others?
This is Sherry. I have a question. The Pinecrest Center, is that a residential center or a group home setting?
It is residential.
They live there?
They live there.
Yeah, it's in Pineville, Louisiana. It's under the auspice of the Louisiana Department of Health. It's an intermediate care facility, which is licensed by the Louisiana Department of Health and surveyed by Louisiana Health Standards, it's very strict and regimented. So yes, it runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It never closes. Many of the residents that they have there are wards of the state. It's just a very interesting place, and it pretty much takes everybody where there's nowhere else to go. But it's in Pineville, Louisiana, which is across the bridge from where I am in Alexandria.
And education is just one of the programs that's offered to the students while they're there.
Okay, this is Dr. Martin. We're going to have to take a break for the captionist. So, Madam President, are you okay with that?
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
All right, so we will thank you, Dr. Lewis, for the information. We will take a 15-minute break and come back at 11:45.
Thank you.
Hey, Whitney, did Scott ever come by? Did Scott ever come by?
Oh, yeah, he got there like an hour ago. Could not tell us anything happened. And I kind of questioned him on it, because he told me that you had a gash like this big, and he said the opening was like the size of a peanut, that's how he described it. And I was like, well, I can't even see stitches. And he said, I said, they didn't have to shave your beard? And he was like, no, I could not even tell anything about it. Exactly. When you shouldn't have started the movie before 11. It was 10, because there was the agenda.
And then when Kenny said, let it just happen.
And I told both Amy and John, you can't just all of a sudden make up minutes. The whole reason we approve minutes is because they're a compilation of what happened. The board attorney used to say that. In other words, when they're trying to do something, culture diaries, they need to say something. I don't know what we do now. We've already approved the minutes in that meeting. I don't know.
So somebody needs to say something. I can't see.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Like, oh no, we gotta go. Because when he said, oh, let it be the second.
Testing mic check, purple, 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 testing purple, purple.
I
Check,
just
check.
remembered he was the one that seconded it.
We might get lucky, maybe,
Yeah.
but he was just saying, oh, just put mine.
Testing purple, testing purple.
He made that comment.
All right, and then the other thing was just start
Luckily, we had one. Second. Yeah, but I'm saying that, yeah.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Check, check, check. Checking purple. Testing 1, 2, 3.
We'll be back. I knew you were waiting.
Oh, no, but I thought like literally, like, as soon as I hit the send button, I had started, I had to whistle the rest of my candidate and her
So she said, well, it's gonna stay the way it is. So it's this new young adult program, everything, and I can tell by looking at him.
Yeah, so the first agenda was just. And we got that passed, and then the second one was the regular board meeting. The meeting had to stay board meeting, but apparently everyone was going to
Well, we started early, we didn't start late.
Right, so I just, so how are you doing?
Good, really, very busy.
Like at 5.
So I don't know, like, I never received it.
Just in case he shows up.
We catch it.
I just, if you're I don't, you know, sure we don't work.
Did y'all wear? We did, when they moved this out of our perspective.
Okay.
The same.
Okay.
We had the impact.
I'll reach out.
Sharon's like, Vicky, I'll do the math and sign. She did one of the jobs and right, and so that's what I did. Oh my God, we had to do
I did inclusion and we teach taught, and I did the science, math, and this is why I did all the language arts.
We did.
You didn't make it like so way
We had so much fun.
Yeah. How many years ago was that?
Let's see, I started in 2004. Then I went to Angola for 06, 07.
I haven't, and like I said, no one's reached out to me.
Were you there when I came back, or did you come back? No, you
At least you got it down.
I don't know.
I just want you to know that I'm not, you know I would not.
And I'll stay.
Been there for this time. What you doing now?
So we're breaking till 11:30.
11:45. We get 11:45 to 12:30 and 12:30 is
But,
You do it.
but I do it.
That's it. I'm the same way.
But I can't,
but they get a picture of the
Oh, yeah.
Yes,
Yes, yes, yes.
I just wanted to come
I know some.
So I wanted to let you know that you're doing an amazing job by announcing your name before you speak. We got it. But I also want you to know that you're speaking to my family. So if you ever need anything, you have my email address, you email me right away, and I'll find you something.
Okay, and I appreciate that.
When I first started, we had three or four teachers. We had two head diners. Right there at the site.
Problem generally,
They don't provide.
I've been on partner with Josh, and have not really that you'll be all readers. So what I'm gonna start doing is I'm gonna start to
Well, it was a total flip-flop. It was when I started, some of the teachers were finding their own books. In fact, I was instructing, whatever they wanted to give it to them.
create a document, you're creating it in Word. So if you just send that
Tell me,
document,
he
fine.
said, you can find out.
Yeah, but it's easier to access it than once you start converting to PDF, also it just gets more and more complicated.
Yeah, well, however you want it, I will
We take.
So I started out as the secretary
But
of
SSD
SDI.
caps out at 25.
So I was there for 2 years, and then I moved up when Dr.
But they're
got
the high
hired.
population.
So I interviewed in April, so many.
I would say it's probably up to 80.
So I just went from the vision and peer school.
Well, I'm glad you're.
Some of them,
Yeah, me too.
some of them.
Yes, I hope so too. Yes, sir, absolutely. Yes, so you can just reach out. Absolutely.
We had one specific, I can't remember the kid's name because I know that Todd Turner was there as a site. And this kid was, he was just as polite as he could be, but when he was talking, he was mumbling. And he was diagnosed wild. So one day I told Todd, I said, this kid is, he's not like, he's learning very well. So Todd called me and he said, come here. He said, sit down. He said, and he said, yes, sir. He had a horrible time. But there was nothing, absolutely nothing. So Todd, we really did
We have a resident, we actually have found in and out.
conditions of the home. I hate to say that, but in a room, in a fairy tale world, yes. You know, it's just not. How are you doing? And your vacation was all good? Good. I'm sure you did. But you're doing a good job. You're like keeping all the people at bay, not all the crazies.
We'll have a conversation. We'll meet for break.
Okay. We need to.
All right. We're going to go ahead and get restarted with the continuation of the superintendent's report. Is the captionist ready? Just as a reminder, before you speak, make a comment or ask a question, please announce your name. Okay.
Ready?
Did you guys see? Okay. You ready to go? All right, we're going to go ahead and get started. Next up is Office of District-Wide Supports, and Ms. Nancy Rawls will be presenting on that.
And I'm going to hold 1 minute because it says that the captionist. Good? Okay.
Josh, since they're standing by to be readmitted.
Yes, so there's a bit of a delay, just in between what you're seeing and what I'm seeing. I think he froze, and so she's inlet, and so.
Okay.
I think there's a delay. She's in the room, sir. She's typing me, so.
Ms. Rawls, please proceed.
Okay. So I am Nancy Rawls, Executive Director of District-Wide Supports. A few updates for us from our department. The Director of Federal Programs is scheduled to start February 19th, so that'll be a good addition to our department. And the Director of CTE started this week, so you may see his name around. It's Edward Boyd, so he'll be helping out with the expansion of the CTE program and the barn and all of those big things we have going on at CTE. We've been in the process of reviewing the processes because we have almost a full staff now in our department to make sure that we're doing everything we can to support the schools and really fine-tune a lot of those processes that have been, maybe were outdated or needed updating. Monitoring data, deadlines, grant expenditures to stay compliant and make sure we're staying on track with our spending. Next slide. The assessment calendar opens mid-February. First up, for testing, we'll have ACT. It will start the 19th of February. Then we have LEAP Connect. And then LEAP 2025, our big LEAP, will be April 15th to May 17th. Admissions is continuing to see a steady stream of new applicants, so that's good. Our numbers have been going up and up, so that's a positive note for us. Summer learning this summer will be 4 weeks, and it will be open to our students and outside students as both a recruiting tool and as a service for those students that may attend their LEA, will want to come here for some additional expanded core, O&M skills. So that's an exciting change for us this year that we're opening all 4 weeks to the outsiders. For the CTE update, the aquaponics lab, and we were lucky to have Ms. Morris come and tour. They do have water running. They still don't have fish yet, but that should be soon. They're just getting the levels in the water. So it's exciting. We'll have a fish soon, and we'll be able to start on that. The barn project is moving along. As everyone knows, state projects take a while. There's a lot of steps. We're hoping to break ground early March and be done with the project by late June. We were talking today with the new CTE director. We want to do a groundbreaking with a really nice gold shovel for Dr. Martin to dig a hole for the beginning of that. But equipment has been ordered. It started coming in, the truck, the tractor, all kinds of stuff has started coming, so that's exciting. And one last notice, February is National CTE Month, so you may see some extra advertisements or information about CTE, because we really want to promote the program and CTE and the benefits it has for all of our students, not just those students that are on the Jump Start pathway. So any questions? Yes, sir.
Ronnie Morris, you had mentioned some vacancies that were filled. Do we have an updated org chart somewhere that we could reference so we can appreciate what the staffing looks like now and what outstanding vacancies still exist?
That would come from HR probably. I could definitely give you an org chart for my area, what it looks like and who's in which position.
Yeah, if we could get that before we leave today from members, I'd really appreciate it.
Sure.
So, this is Dr. Martin. Ronnie, the org chart that I provided previous is high level. So I don't have the org chart prepared that drills down on each particular department. So I'm going to need a little time to pull that together. But I can pull that together and send it out to the entire board.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Anything else?
Unmuted now? All right, sorry, this is Edward. I got a quick question about the summer program you mentioned with the youth. I believe you were talking about the vision impaired youth, and there's some O&M training and some various things like that. Can you tell me a little bit more about when that's going on, who is providing that training, and the duration of that training?
Sure. It is June 5th through the 28th. It will be 5 days this year. It will be regular school hours for us, so that will be 8 o'clock to 3:15. Past years, it has just been a 4-day week. This year, we've expanded it to be a 5-day week for 4 weeks. They will have regular academics, and not to draw it out, but for students that don't meet their literacy goals in third grade, they'll have to have the required 30 hours of literacy training, so that will be incorporated for those students that need it. We will have some students that will retest for high school LEAP 2025, but other than that, we will have expanded core, they will have O&M, and it is for both schools. Both schools will run their own programs, but as a district, we know it will be those hours. And those will all be provided by our teachers.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Rawls. And up next is non-academic supports, and that will be Ms. Kat Carr.
Can everyone hear me? No? Can you hear me now? Thanks, Josh. Okay. My name's Kathleen Carr. A little closer? Okay, sorry. My name is Kathleen Carr. I support the work of shared services. We call it also non-academic services. The mission of our department is on the next slide. Thank you, Lori. And what we work toward... Can you hear me? Okay. We work toward supporting our young adults and children in self-sufficiency, life skills, so that when they do exit our programs, they can be independent in the community. Our professionals work on life skill domains through direct instruction and also demonstration. We have several departments that we support in shared services. They are school-based Medicaid services, residential services, nutrition services, the Louisiana Instructional Materials Center, and AIM, and also educational technology. Everybody quoted numbers, and like the rest of the schools and the departments, we collect numbers too. School-based Medicaid services provide speech therapy, occupational therapy, physical therapy, audiology, and also direct nursing services. The 147 students at the Louisiana Schools for the Deaf and Visually Impaired do receive services. They are broken down on the slide. The first semester of the school year for 23-24, nursing services served or delivered 25,000 medications or nurse consults. That's a big number. And they're very, very busy. Nursing services are offered round the clock when students are here. I know school-based Medicaid services works in a manner different, maybe, Christy, than what you're used to. We are a standalone. We work with the business office and do direct service billing for those services. Residential services at the time of this PowerPoint had 57 students. It now has 59 in both LSD and LSVI programs. Shared service activities are held, so both the children in the VI program and the children in the LSD program join together. They have a lot of fun. Lori Self, who is working the slideshow in the back, plans those activities. We've had trick-or-treat, Friendsgiving, holiday gift giving, lighting, and shared game nights that include bingo. The students really enjoy that. And we report measures in growth in living skills domains, just like in school where reading and math are measured. We measure independence in life skills. Those are reported to the Louisiana performance accountability system, and we typically do well on those performance standards and see growth in our children. Nutrition services is headed by Krishan Radford. Many of you have eaten Miss Radford's meals that her team prepared. During the first semester, 25,000 meals were served here on campus to our students and some of our professionals. Again, they're busy around the clock. Much like nursing, they're here for long spans of time, and we work a couple of shifts. The Louisiana Instructional Materials, Robin King was here earlier. She did have to leave. Has two goals that are, again, in the accountability system for performance. And the goals are not just to provide accessible instructional materials, but also to provide supports, professional development to districts throughout the state to provide those special services for students. If you've never been to the Louisiana Instructional Materials Center, it is here on campus beyond this walk, and it is a huge library of both large print and Braille text to be used, and it is a very important accessibility feature that we provide to all schools in Louisiana. Josh Miller, who is the production manager in the back, is the district's educational technology director. He has a very challenging job in that he has worked on a management system for all the electronic iPads that are issued to the students here in the district. He not only tracks the device location, but he also tracks the applications that are being used to filter the use of those devices. Another challenge, the second challenge, and this will be kudos to everybody because this is going to be a big job, is the conversion from the old SSD of Louisiana website provider to a new provider. We are meeting with them tomorrow. All the departments will work on that. We are looking at using Aptigee. It's a little more interactive than the site that we're using now. And Josh is going to be tasked with, now Josh, help me. You're going to convert all the old information on the site and it will migrate to the new. And also filter out old information that's not needed. That sounds pretty difficult to me. But Josh is very, very capable. So, do you guys have any questions about what we do? Mr. Morris?
Yeah, I have two. On the conversion with the website vendor, just want to make sure that that we provide advance notification to all our parents and folks that, follow that website regularly. So if we could get some sort of notification out in advance, hopefully it'll be a seamless transfer and nobody will even notice. But if we could get some sort of notification out in advance, I think that would be, appropriate consideration.
I think that's a good point. And Josh, I'm going to depend on Josh to remind me of that because we want that site to be accessible with lots of information for our parents. So,
Second question. I think I'd raised this before. I'm not really sure where we landed on it, but across the country, my understanding is that 1% of the country's Medicaid budget is dedicated to public school systems, and across the state, as I understand it, our state, most school districts don't use all those funds that are available. So I'm just curious where we are on that with the school district with regard to utilization of all those funds that are available. Do we track that? And if you could give me an update on that, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, and I'm going to depend on Erica and Ms. Taylor and also Catherine because we work in conjunction with the business office for billing, and we participate in school-based Medicaid direct service for nursing. We charge for or collect funds for therapy services, STOT, PT, and audiology. Did the captionist get that? Okay. And the random moment time studies, which is a gauge of the percentage of time that our therapists and nurses are doing direct care. And also transportation services for on the days that students receive a service, we are reimbursed for part of their transportation. So we use all 4 of those, and the business office keeps track of those, the cost reports and the direct services. We do them monthly, and so those are, if I understand correctly, and Catherine, tell me if I'm wrong, those funds that we collect for those services are used back in kind for health, student well-being, those things. The transportation payout is used to reimburse transportation. Oh, a little bit closer? Okay. Are used to reimburse some of our transportation costs. And so we feel like it's a program that's important to us here. And I think in light of some of the ESSER funding ending, that those funds will be used appropriately.
Right, so thank you for that. I'd just like to request that at our next board meeting, if we could get an updated financial statement, reflecting funds that are available and funds that are actually utilized to make sure that we are utilizing all the funds that are available. So if you guys could give us something for the last fiscal year, to give us some history there, and then, if you have a snapshot for the current year, that would be great. Just like to get a warm and comfy that, we've got a process in place that, we're confident that we're utilizing all the funds that are available from the federal government so that, the state funds can be put to other uses if there's additional discretionary funds made available.
Right. And Catherine, will you help me with some of that? So that, okay.
Yeah, I'm not requesting an explanation right
Okay.
now. If you could, just in
Yeah.
the next board meeting, if we could cover that, I'd appreciate it.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you for your questions. Okay, anybody else have any questions?
I just
Ms.
wanna-
Polazola?
Yeah, I want to piggyback on what Ronnie was asking. I know that I've worked on some committees looking at the Medicaid reimbursement in schools, particularly around behavioral health, mental health type services. So, and I know that it's an issue that it's a complex issue. And so I just wondered, do y'all have that complex issue, or do y'all solve that issue?
We lost a provider at the end of last school year that had the certification needed for behavioral health. In fact, we lost 2 last year because we had a school psychologist also that did participate in that program. So we have that capability if we have the provider. And in the past, we have gotten funds for behavioral health services because they are so important, but it is a complex certification for those funds.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank y'all.
Thank you.
All right, this is Dr. Martin. Thank you, Kat, for that update. And Bambi, just to quickly hit to the behavioral health piece, we have restructured the counseling, the way the counseling services are delivered here. So we're currently hiring for 2 school counselors, 1 in each school. But we have a district social emotional counselor, and we also have a district social work, school social. So those folks are working between the schools here on campus. And then the mental health needs at our LDH sites and Office of Juvenile Justice and adult corrections are handled by those particular facilities. Okay, so I'm going to try to get through, we got our lunch break at 12:30, so I want to try to get through the end of my report and then go and try to get through finance and HR before we break, so we can get into new business and we come back. The Climate and Culture Survey was administered back in November, and I am very, very, I feel very good about the results. First of all, we had a very, robust return rate of 190 participants, which when you're talking about 270, 280 full-time employees, that 190 is a pretty good number to get back. So our top 2 strengths really revolved around relationships. I'm getting some feedback. Really revolve around relationships with coworkers. So at 3.6, and this is a 4-point scale, so 1 being least favorable, 4 being most favorable, And by the way, when we designed the survey, we didn't allow neutral. So you had to stand on one side or the other. You couldn't just do neutral. And so out of 4 points, enjoy working with coworkers was 3.6, and coworkers support each other and are helpful was 3.5. So those were our two biggest strengths, and so that really speaks to folks developing strong relationships with their coworkers and enjoying that support that they get from those. I really identified three of our growth areas, actually 4 total, but we had 3 areas that scored at a 2.9, and that was feel valued for their contributions to the SSD, feels the SSD policies are administered fairly, and SSD maximizes resources for a positive impact on student outcomes. And so, and really drilling down on these, the survey was a response to the performance audit that came out back in June, right? And that was one of the things that we said that we were going to do, that we were going to do an internal climate and culture survey twice a year. So the first administration is November, the second administration will be near the middle of May. I really believe that we've had quite a bit of improvement in the climate and culture based on these survey results since, middle of last year. And one of the things that's been a priority for me is climate and culture. I've met with about 250 of our employees thus far, and those are 20-minute plus meetings. So when I'm finished, it's going to be about 150, 160 hours of time just speaking individually with employees. And a lot of the things that came out in the climate and culture survey, so I was not surprised by these areas of growth for us, because we do need to make sure that that people feel appreciated for the work that they do. Our lowest area that, as far as employee groups, so they had to identify themselves by big groups like LSD, LSVI, district office, operations, and our lowest numbers came from operations. And it also, I think, correlates with salaries as well. And so people want to feel acknowledged and feel like they're making a contribution to the greater good. And we do that through, both through actual, pay and actual, acknowledgments through financial means. And then we also do that through those non-financial means. How are our supervisors engaging our employees? How are our employees engaging one another? And so that's been a focus. We've had some pretty significant discussions as a leadership team around these areas of weakness, and I think that we've started putting together a solid plan to address those. We will formalize that plan through our district climate and culture team. And then leadership advocates for its employees was a 3.1. It wasn't less than 3, but it was a 3.1. And I want to make sure that every employee feels like their leadership advocates for their greater good, whether that's through promotions, financial compensation, resources to get their jobs done. I recently met with the operations team as a result, because again, they were the lowest scores, and so I had a meeting with the operations team, and we began the meeting with the full operations team, and then I dismissed the supervisors from the meeting so that we could have a more frank and candid conversation. And I think we gleaned some very interesting things from that. I think that they felt like many times their hands were tied because of resources and having the materials needed to do the job, and the feeling of the pressure to get the job done. So I think we've worked through some of that and identified some areas where we can make some improvement. So there was 5 questions on the survey specifically just for the superintendent. And my top two areas were that people feel like that I'm approachable at a 3.5, and then they feel that I regularly communicate at a 3.6. I send a weekly email. All employees get the weekly email. The board gets my weekly email. And I really was not planning on that was going to be a weekly occurrence. But people seem to like it, so I'm going to keep it coming. But it usually takes me about 45 minutes to an hour to put that together. But I am getting some help from the executive directors now. They have a check-in document that they send me each Thursday. And in that check-in document, I've asked them, can you please provide me some things you would like me to include in my weekly email? So that way, I'm not constantly pulling together the material. Some of that's fed to me, and I can get that information out there. So I appreciate it to all the executive directors that have been feeding me some information as of late and helping me with that. My lowest score was a 3.3, and it was over the last 6 months the superintendent has been making changes that have positively impacted the SSD. I didn't necessarily look at this as a bad score, but it was my lowest score. So I want to make sure, too, that I am explicitly communicating some of these changes so that folks know. And when I have a difficulty getting a change through, that they understand why that might be difficult to change at this moment, but some plans around that. So I think that I can address that through some communication, through some more effective communication. Okay, so in response to the initial survey, each arm of the organization will have their own climate and culture committee. So LSD and LSVI both have them in place, and SSP now. When I did the PowerPoint originally, it wasn't in place, but they've already put one in place, and it met the first time. So all three major branches now have a climate and culture committee. They're going to offer representation, and then we're going to bring in representation from operations, the district business office, HR, and all of the different and district-wide supports, and they're going to offer up some representation for a district-wide climate and culture committee. And that climate and culture committee will be tasked with actually formalizing an ongoing plan to address any climate and culture issues that we may have. Any questions about the climate and culture survey before I move on to some general updates?
Yes, sir. Ronnie Morris. My understanding is it's an anonymous survey other than we know which department it's coming from. So should leave us with a feeling of a lot of credibility here, given that it's an anonymous survey. Just want to confirm that. Although all the employees understand that their name is not associated with any of these responses.
Right. So we wanted to make sure that people would be honest with us on the survey. The only identifying information was where they were from, and I tried to group everybody in a large enough group. So if you said HR, well, that narrows it down to 6 people. So we put HR, the business office, district-wide supports in one big group.
Great.
And then operations has about 30 people in it. The schools each had a representation, and then SSP. So we really tried to make the groups large enough to where people felt safe and comfortable providing that information. And I think with 190 responses as well. Now, there's no guarantee that people didn't go in and take it more than once, because when you take away that tracking of who does it, then you take away that ability to monitor that very closely. So there could have been people that took it multiple times, but I think with 190 responses, that's a large enough sample group where I think that the numbers are pretty reliable and valid.
Great, thank you. Appreciate that approach. Thank you.
And I sent out, the board has a copy of all of the responses for all 25 questions. So if you have any questions later on, just feel free to send me an email, and I'll keep you updated on the work of the committees and where they are. I will tell you, I'm hearing fantastic results from the schools and what their climate and culture committees are doing. I had to get Susan Covington told a story during the meeting yesterday, our leadership meeting, about that she was ducked. And what that meant was there were little ducks put in her office, and there's like 10 of them, and she hasn't found all of them yet. When she first started saying it, I was like, I'm going to have to talk to operations about these animals getting into the building. But actually, I think it's something similar, like Jeep owners do that. Have you seen Jeep owners with the ducks and stuff? So that's a thing. But anyways, any other questions about the climate and culture survey before we move on? Okay, so general district updates. So we are in the legislative season, if you haven't noticed from the news. And there's been a couple of special sessions thus far that didn't really have a lot of impact on us. I have folks that are internally, John Harper and Whitney Green are both monitoring legislation so that any bills or anything like that that impact us, we make sure that we flag those and review those. We're continuing to monitor the budget and prioritizing needs. I'm meeting Catherine. It's a weekly standing meeting that we've missed a couple because of vacations and just various things, but we are identifying things, and I know that that Erica is right now she's done some realignment with the budget and is making the request to the big budget office to make movements with money. In March, we will definitely identify exactly where we are and create some priorities based on the funding and where we need to put some dollars. And so that is a continuing process. I'm sure some of you are aware of the executive order that came out around budget. The governor has asked for us to identify areas of savings. And I think they're expecting a $65 million shortfall next year or this year. We have started looking at our different programs and making sure that that we are being responsible stewards with our money. We do not have a lot of discretionary spending here, so there are not a lot of areas where I can make big cuts, but there are some areas where we could probably tighten the belt. I will identify those so that if I'm asked, I will be able to give up some things and as a way of addressing that executive order. But I think we've gotten a budget projection back. It's not public yet. When it becomes public, we'll be able to discuss it a little bit more, and I'll just make sure to include that in my weekly emails. If it holds, we should be in pretty decent shape. But again, we still have to go through the committee process and things like that. So I'll be going up to the Capitol and speaking both to the House and Senate committees for the finance piece. Any questions about that?
All right, Ronnie Morris, I don't have a question, I just have a comment. So we mentioned already, there may be an opportunity with the Medicaid, federal funds from Medicaid that could be an opportunity to capture some savings. And then also, I know you guys are focused too on monitoring some of these funds that get carried over from year to year if they're not used. So if we use them in the current year, then that would also reflect some savings, I would think.
Right, and most of the funding that we get that carries over from year to year is not, those aren't state funds, those are federal funds.
Right, but my thought was if those funds are made available, then they could potentially back out state funds that would have been utilized.
Absolutely, and that's one of the reasons why I appointed an interim federal programs director, and now we have the permanent replacement identified, and she will be coming on the 19th of February, is because we really have to watch those federal programs, and they're working directly with the executive directors in the schools to make sure that we are spending down that money and using it for things, and that preserves state funds, right? So we may give a little state funds back at the end of the year, which if I don't want to give a lot back, but if we can give a little back, that will show good faith on us to meet what the governor said in his executive order.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions about the budget before I move on? Okay, so 2 new appointments at the district leadership level. Scott Whitford, who is out today, but he is the new general counsel, and he took Tom Maneri's position. And Jeff Jacobs is was an internal promotion, and he is now the Executive Director of Operations. He was over facilities, and so now he's the Executive Director of Operations. And then a non-leadership position, but it's an answer to an audit finding, was we did hire a internal auditor, Ms. Crystal Bobb. She was in the meeting earlier observing, but and that met one of the requirements. We're also putting together, I know, Ronnie, you had mentioned wanting some updates on where we are with all the audit findings and keeping that. So we're creating living documents right now that essentially identify the audit finding, the recommendation, our response, and then where we are in implementation of that. So we're doing that we're starting with the performance audit from June. We've been working on that document. It should be ready by the end of the week. And as those are ready, I'll share them out with the board. But we're in pretty good spot with addressing most of the things in those audits. And so as we continue to address those things and implement our plans, we'll update that same document, and I'll send them out periodically so that you can see the updates.
Also, thank you for that. Side note here, with regard to updates on financial matters, when would we expect to, maybe it's in this packet, I'm not sure, when would we expect to get an update on ESSER spending and what funds need to be spent by the deadline in September?
Catherine will give you an update on the ESSER spending today, right, Catherine? It's in the packet where we are with that.
Great.
I think it was mentioned before about the project, the big pot of money for ESSER is that Farm to Table project.
Yep.
And the site plans were turned over to the state earlier this week. So now we're with state planning and facilities. So we're working through with them now to get those approved. Then we'll have the 3 contractors bid. That will be a fairly quick process because we're handling it. It's not facilities and planning. They're just approving the plans, but we're handling the project. And so again, we hope to break ground in March and finish by the end of June. And that gives us a little leeway because that money doesn't necessarily have to be fully expended until end of September.
Got it.
But we're in really good shape right now to meet those. ESSER 2's done. We spent that all the way down. When I got here, there was like $800,000 left to spend. And we spent it down to, I think, $25,000, $30,000, something like that. $25,000, $30,000. I don't have the exact number, but that's impressive spending wise. And don't forget, that's expended, vouchered, everything. Like it was fully done by the end of September. So we've been doing a really good job, I think, of really watching those federal funds. And that was one of the audit findings during the performance audit, right? So, you know, I said we're going to get a federal programs director. I immediately put somebody in there in the interim, and now we finally identified the candidate. And I think we got a strong candidate. She is actually coming from the Department of Ed, and she worked on federal programs on the other side. So she understands those allowable expenditures. She ran some really successful programs in East Baton Rouge Parish, so I think we made a really good hire there.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Mid-year testing has wrapped up, and the executive directors spoke about that. We are gearing up for LEAP testing. That was spoken about. Nancy gave you the testing calendar there. They presented a calendar to the team yesterday for the LSDVI calendar. I know that Shirley has been working with OJJ and on those calendars. So all of our calendars should be wrapped up by March 1st, and they should be posted so that everybody has plenty of time to make plans for the summer and next school year. And again, the Farm to Table program is progressing and on track. We should be able to launch that in August, and we really want to make a big deal out of that in August. So we will create an event, and hopefully we can get as many board members to show up for that as we can, because I think it's going to be really, really exciting for the kids, because this is something specifically, it's going to be one of the larger programs around in general, but I think if you talk about special schools, with the School for the Deaf and the School for the Visually Impaired, this is a major milestone for that, and I think we're going to be leading the nation in this particular area. Okay, so we will move on to now, actually we will move on, it looks like, to lunch. So when we get back, we will, sorry, Santa. You got your tennis shoes on? She's probably got real nice shoes on for today, a board meeting. But anyway, we're going to take a 30-minute lunch. That will give the captionists their 15-minute break. It will allow us to eat. And then when we come back, we will finish up the last two reports and then get into some new business. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Oh, definitely. We'll get rid of that geographic thing now.
That was good, and
This is David Martin. Madam President, are we ready to roll?
we are ready to roll.
All right, well, without further ado, we shall bring up Ms. Santa Patterson, our Director of Human Resources, to provide our HR report.
Hello, this is Santa Patterson. I'm the Human Resources Director. Okay. Can everyone hear me? This is Santa Patterson, the Human Resources Director. This report covers the period of time since our last report through the end of the calendar year. It covers appointments such as hires, rehires, transfer-ins, transfer-outs, separations, retirements, and so forth, dismissals. We had a total of 18 hires, rehires, and transfers in coming to our organizations. Our internal organizational moves, we had a total of 7. Now, our separations and transfers out, we had 12. Now, our leaves, during this period of time, there were no employees on sabbatical leave, no employees on extended sick leave. During this reporting period, we had 7 employees on FMLA, family medical leave. And also, there were 3 lost time workers' comp-related injury reports. Comparing the workers' comp incidents between 2022 and 2023, I broke it down, differentiating between non-student related and student related. In 22, we had 23 non-student related and 13 student related. Then we had a drop in 22, that was the number. In 23, we had a drop in non-student related as well as student related. So that drop in 2023, our non-student related workers' comps incidences decreased by 65.3%, and in 2023, our student-related worker comp incidences decreased by 3.9%. And the last slide just basically reiterates those numbers.
Santa, I think that should be 39%, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 30, not 3.9%, but
Sorry.
39%.
Okay. Yeah, because the actual numbers were, just a
13
moment.
and 9.
Student-related incidences, yes. We had from 13 down to 9. So we had 13, yes, 39%. Thank you for pointing that out. Any questions?
This is Edward Bell. Just one quick question. What is a student-related workers' comp? What is that? Like, what happens for it to be student-related workers' comp?
The difference is, one, a non-student related would be, there's no involvement to do with anything with the student. The student-related workers' comp would be if one of the precipitating factors involved in the workers' comp incident was something dealing with a student, assisting a student in the presence of a student, or either in the classroom or on the playground. It could be something as simple as a student walking by, and if they have a cane, tripping over the cane, or if there's a student trying to settle down a student that was having an outburst, something like this. Sometimes in trying to protect our students, sometimes our staff accidentally gets injured.
Santa, if we lump them together, it's about a 50% reduction, which is extremely significant and very encouraging. What do you attribute the significant reduction to?
Well, we do our risk management, safety and training program we've always done. We've tried to, and I'll defer to that area, but they have continued with their report trainings and reportings. And the only other thing is, I do think as we get more staff, perhaps there's maybe a little bit closer attention to supporting each other in the classroom, so there are fewer incidences. Now, the non-student related one also dropped. So I would think that would be perhaps more training to the employees that are dealing with possible dangerous activities and such, equipment and such. But I can't take credit for that. As human resources goes, I was not over implementing any additional safety measures, but I know our entire leadership team wants our workplace to be a safe environment. And we had mentioned that we had elevated workers' comp in past, and so I do know that was called to our attention, and we do support being a safe workplace.
Are there any kind of formal safety meetings or
Yes.
safety information sharing? Do you guys review these accident reports with staff and help them to appreciate, cause and so forth?
Each workers' comp incident is investigated. That's through our operations division. And so our executive director, Jeff Jacobs, his staff is assigned with the actual investigation of the workers' comp. So they go back, if there was a fall, they check if anything was out of place, and I'm sure that in investigation, anything that is gleaned, they would let us know. But the actual individual information, they wouldn't share. It's a confidential thing. It's not something that would be, we wouldn't give names and such.
Right. When we get to the next board meeting, if we have any incidences to report for that period, I'd like to get an update on on how those reports were shared with the staff.
The actual report or the risky activity, like
Some sort of engagement with staff, so staff can appreciate, we had an injury somewhere in the district, this is what happened, this was the root cause, this is how we can prevent it from going forward, so that it stays to be a focus area and a high priority, and also so people can help appreciate what some of those potential hazards are.
Okay. Well, if it's okay with you, Dr. Martin, I will go ahead and look for the leadership team to direct me on how they want that information, and what, if I share it at leadership, or if I go, how do I roll that out as far as what level of engagement and information.
Yeah, my request is simply just that the board appreciates that those sort of things were shared, with folks. I'm not personally interested in getting into the weeds on any particular report, just confirmation that that's part of the process in the district.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
This is Dr. Martin. Just for clarification, the last couple of comments were made by Ronnie Morris and not Dr. Bell for the actual transcript here. And then, Ronnie, to sort of talk to your point a little bit, I think the decrease is a combination of two things. I think a little luck, and if I'm going to be completely honest and transparent, a little luck, and I also think that the supervisors on the ground are being more deliberate and being more interactive with their employees, and so I think that interaction has increased, and they are starting to do a little more inspecting of what they expect, and so I think that there's a combination of things. Now, I think that we need to capitalize on this success and these numbers and really be a little more deliberate in talking about workplace safety and things like that, and going beyond just our normal safety meetings and briefings and the information that we send out. One thing that the supervisors are currently doing, especially in a lot of our injuries, our sort of higher peril jobs in operations, mobile equipment, that kind of stuff, those folks are huddling now once a week at the beginning of the week, so they can make it part of their huddle to talk about various aspects of safety. And then as far as like teachers and paraprofessionals and things like that, when they are doing their faculty meetings, they can dedicate a specific slot of time to talk about workplace safety and talk about the trends that they're seeing in their building and things to watch out for.
Yeah, Ronnie Morris here. So I appreciate that. Just really looking forward to hearing that there's a routine process in place so that the reports that summarize the incidents for that period of time have been all those reports have been reviewed with the team. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Santa. Okay, coming up next to give the financial report is Ms. Catherine Gagne. And Catherine, if you want to take that microphone off the stand, it might be easier.
It reaches down.
Yeah, I think you should be good then.
I'm good,
Yep.
right? It's at my height. So good afternoon. I'm Catherine Grenier. I'm with the business office. I'm here to present the financial report. The report that I am going to talk about is our expenditures as of January, so we're actually a month behind. Again, if you want more real time, you can go to the checkbook.la.gov to look at our finances. You can also look at the overall state if you have some time, and if you wanted to see where the state outlook is. So the chart that you see here is, we're just focusing right now on just our state general fund balance. Overall, the district, what we're projecting, this does not include any purchase orders that have happened, because purchase orders are a month behind, and this report, again, is as of January. So far, we have projected about a balance of $750,000 for the remainder of the year. And then the other pages, I'm not going to go deep into it. We break it down by each program, which is our admin program, this LSD, LSVI, and SSP. The next couple of slides after is the focus on, I think what Mr. Morris has really focused on, which is our federal funding. Mr. Morris, the federal funding for our next board meeting, we will add the transportation piece for you. This report does not have the transportation reimbursement piece. Just as the background, our transportation piece is actually, it works because it is federal funding on a reimbursable basis, so we have to spend those funds and then capture them as they come back to us. The thing is, we've been kind of behind on transportation reimbursements, and how do I put this? So we're kind of now getting back into regular monthly reimbursement requests. Through the diligence of Ms. Kat Carr and her team, we actually found more items that could be included in our transportation reimbursement cost.
Ronnie Morris here.
Yes, sir.
Can you help me identify which line item is transportation?
It's not on here. We'll put it in next board meeting for you.
Okay.
We were just focusing on the interagency transfer grants that we received from the Department of Education.
Okay. And while we're on this slide, where are we at on the cameras? Have we installed all the cameras that are supposed to be installed at the site? Can somebody give me an update on that?
So we have not installed any cameras based on that legislation is request of the parents. Overall, the district has only received funding allocation-wise of only $6,000 for the cameras.
And that's because that's limited by the parental requests?
No, it was based on calculation that was done at DOE, and so our portion out of that pot of money that was given was only $6,000.
Okay, so there's only 6,000 available?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And we have not had any parents request any cameras to be installed.
This is Edward with a follow-up to that. Has cameras been looked into, and is there an estimate as to how much money it would take to fully equip the campus with cameras? I mean, $6,000 doesn't sound like a lot of money, but it may be, what would be the total cost?
So about 2 years ago, I had our IT department look into the cost, and at that point in time, 2 years ago, it was about $300,000 to install cameras in every classroom. But that cost is just installation and the cameras. It does not include the recording and where to, if we had to store that data.
Ronnie Morris again. Can you help me understand, in the last column, grant funds available, we're at 1.7 million. Is that for the fiscal year through July? Is that the way I should interpret that?
Which slide, I'm sorry?
The one that's labeled federal funds balance?
Oh, yes, sir. So that is just what's available for us to draw down, so it's authority.
Right, but my question is, it's for the fiscal year through
Yes,
July? Okay.
It's fiscal year funding. This is David Martin. The federal funds, I think we have a few extra months, so when the fiscal year ends end of June, we actually have to the end of September to get all of that stuff to flow through. IDEA funds, typically you have 28 months, I believe, or something around there, but it's 2 years to expend those funds. And then Title I, you can carry over 10% of your budget year over year. I'm not for sure on Title II and some of the other titles, but those are our biggest pots of money, right? IDEA and Title I. And with the IDEA, you have 2 years from the time you receive that money to spend it, and then the 1 year with the 10% carryover for Title I.
So Ronnie Morris again. So on the carryover, it looks like we had 150,000 in LSDVI and 120.
Is actually IDEA preschool. So preschool funding is from birth to 5, and the other IDEA funding is from kindergarten to 12th grade.
Okay. In those numbers, the 150 and the 120, what percent of total allocation was that? I don't know how to interpret that. So for example, the 150 for LSDVI, that was carried over. What was the budget for the year? So I get some appreciation for what percent, that 150 some percent of X.
So what it looks like this year, we were originally allocated about $8,000 in LSDVI.
8,000?
Yes, sir.
No, I'm thinking the line before that, the row before that.
The row before that, it's about 90,000, and that's the regular IDEA Part B.
So if we're only allocated 90, how do we carry over 150?
Because that's from previous years. We have up to 2 years to spend, as Dr. Martin has said.
Okay. Yeah, so this is what I was referring to earlier. You know, if there's an opportunity here to spend these funds down, right, then we don't have to cut back as much to respond to the governor's request.
That's true.
Okay, thank you.
And Dr. Martin is looking into that.
Got it, thank you.
Thank you.
Is that it? Okay, well, thank you, Catherine. And by the way, right before Catherine leaves, I just want to say that I am really putting a lot of pressure on the business office right now, and as far as meeting with them weekly and things like that, and they've stepped up to the plate anytime I need any information that I've been able to get it, so I appreciate that.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Ronnie Moore's still here. I thought we were going to get to the ESSER conversation on the next slide.
Oh, okay.
Can you guys just give me an overview of the ESSER summary, ESSER 3?
Sure.
Yeah, this is David Martin. So on the ESSER funding, the biggest chunk for ESSER 3, that $594,000 or $595,000 that's remaining, that the barn project's going to eat up every single bit of that.
Okay.
So we can't spend it, obviously we can't pay contractors ahead of time or anything like that. So that's why we're in such we're monitoring very closely to make sure that we meet the timelines of breaking ground in March and then being able to finish that project up before the end of June.
Okay.
Which gives us a little bit of leeway, like I said, to finish any last-minute strings that we need to finish that up. But right now, we're on target to spend every bit of that.
Okay, and what about the other two line items for ESSER, the 47.8 and the 115? The ESSER 3 EB incentive and the ESSER 3 formula.
Yeah, so some of that is the formula grant. We're paying for summer school out of that, so all the staffing for summer school, and there's some tutoring services that are come out of that. We're going to reevaluate in March and realign any monies that because we can always go through and amend the budget. So if there are needs, and I've already talked about with ESSER 3, we can do some infrastructure things as well. So there are things like mules, the Kawasaki mules and things like that. I've identified that I want to purchase 3 of those if we have extra remaining ESSER 3 funds because we're really, the ones we have are sort of on their last leg. So we're going to look at that. There's some personnel cost in this ESSER 3 money that hasn't been drawn down yet, but will be drawn down over summer school. But again, we'll be able to forecast in March what kind of adjustments we need to make to the budget. But we're not going to leave any of this money on the table.
Okay, great. Great to hear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Can y'all hear me? The close of agenda item number 3, we are going to move on to agenda item number 4, which is the new business. Letter A is the SSA expense reimbursement. Who wants to speak to that? Dr. Martin? Of what they need from us as a board, the SSA reimbursement.
Okay, so everyone has a copy of the invoice that was sent over by SSA, and this was for the expenses related to the interviewing service, the interviewing process for the candidates for superintendent. It includes the interpreting services, candidate dinners, plane tickets, and hotel rooms. The invoice was dated 3/16/2023, but it wasn't sent to us until, I believe, October,
Okay.
which was outside of the fiscal year. It was also outside of the contract period for this particular contract. So that contract had closed. The fiscal year had also closed. And in reviewing the original contract, the expenses, the reimbursement for the expenses were not actually stipulated in the contract. So nowhere in the contract did it say that the expenses were stipulated. And going back and researching, I think that there was some issue. I think there may have been some miscommunication, but there were conversations between SSA and the board about reimbursements of the expenses. But unfortunately, because if the invoice had been sent to us back in March, the contract could have been amended at that point. And even if it was sent before the end of the fiscal year, because there was still some time left on that contract, they could have amended the contract. But right now, we sort of lack a mechanism to pay the invoice because it's outside the contract period and outside of the fiscal year. And the total amount of the invoice was $4,361.04. I advised SSA that really I'm very limited in what I can do, but to take it to the board. And so that's how it was sent over to the board for that. Now, I did ask Catherine to stick around because obviously she runs the business office and can talk about the mechanism part as we go through the conversation. But that's sort of where we are today about these expenses. They did pay these expenses. They funded the money for these expenses. So, that's not in question. It's simply the mechanism to pay for this at this point.
So if you had board approval to pay what was indeed done during the time that we contracted with SSA to employ a superintendent, it would just take board approval to pay for those items that were not turned in during the fiscal year?
Yes, if the board makes a motion to pay this.
Yes.
I don't know what the mechanism would be, though. Like, I don't know if
Okay.
and that's what I'd have to get Catherine to
I'm
speak
going to let Catherine
to.
to speak to that.
So if we were to pay this invoice in this fiscal year, there is not a mechanism because this was a cost that was part of the prior fiscal year, which was FY '23. Those books have been closed, so therefore, by state rules, I don't think that there is any way for us, even if I was directed by the board to do it, to pay. But if you all feel strongly that we should pay, then I will I will talk to somebody at the division to see, but I don't think that within state law that we can pay this outside of, because it wasn't part of the contract term at all about paying travel, and on top of that, the contract was paid in full. And this is an additional cost that if the invoice was sent back in March, we could have amended the contract to include these additional costs. Because things come up, and it's allowed, that's why you have that amendment. However, we did not get the invoice until this fiscal year 24, on this additional cost.
Yeah, this is Ronnie Morris. I'm happy to testify and put a document, signed document in place if necessary, that I endorsed these expenses as chairman of the Personnel Committee. I thought it was appropriate for the hiring process. It wasn't explicitly referenced in the contract, but I did provide verbal approval. So I'm happy to follow up on that as we try to find the right vehicle to make the payment. But I definitely support making the payment. I'm happy to offer a motion to the board that we do so, and happy to help in any way possible to engage the appropriate state officials to get the right approval.
Yes, once I get that directive in writing for me to go further and research any mechanism or vehicle that we can use to pay this invoice that's outside of the fiscal year, from my research, I haven't seen any mechanism that could be done. So I will have to, research further to see what state official that we need to discuss it with.
This is Edward. I don't understand why it took them almost 6 months beyond the contract to submit the final invoice. So that's a bit concerning past the fiscal year. But I do agree with Ronnie. I think they were pretty instrumental in making this appointment possible, and so I would second his motion to find a mechanism to go ahead and pay those expenses.
And I would be happy to do what is asked of me as directed in writing so that I can move forward with next steps.
Do y'all mind if I weigh in real quick on this, Catherine?
Yes.
Am I interrupting you? Okay, this is Whitney Green. I am executive counsel for this school district. And so I've expressed some concerns about this, and so I just want to voice them here before anybody takes a vote on this, because again, there's really no mechanism in place. And my concern is that the board, if you go to revised statute 1945, I don't know that the board has the authority to make expenditures on behalf of the special school district. Policy, land sales, different things like that. So I don't want to get anybody's hopes up high today that y'all make this vote and that the mechanism is going to just fall out of the sky. The mechanism does not exist. There are plenty of state contracts that incorporate, like once they're paid in full, expenses are supposed to come out of the contract that's paid in full. And so if there would have been some wiggle room or we could have done the amendment, I just want everybody here to know this is going to be an audit finding. It doesn't mean that the budget office is going to approve it because the mechanism doesn't exist. And I really appreciate your willingness to put this in writing, Mr. Morris, because I do know that you had discussions about this. What I worry about is that a vote happens here today and somebody's going to say you don't have the authority to spend SSD money. And so I just want everybody to be aware that if the mechanism doesn't exist, we might get told no down the road. So I just want everybody to know that up front. So that's it.
So Ronnie Morris here. So the motion I would offer the board is that the board explore an option to make the payment, and that in doing so, we provide clarity that as chairman of the Personnel Committee, I did provide a verbal agreement for them to incur these expenses with expectation that they would be reimbursed. And so the ask here is just that we explore options here with the appropriate folks at the state level, and then come back to the board with that. Bottom line, I'm not asking anybody to spend any money at this time. I'm just asking to explore options for how we would do that.
This is Sherry. I would like to say that too, that the board should not be paying that if it's not in the contract. There needs to be another option for paying that if it's not in the contract.
We will explore that once I receive in writing the directive from the board to explore a mechanism.
Do we need a second for that?
We've got a... So there's a motion...
Should we table this motion and further investigation? This is Sherry. Should we do the investigation first and then bring it back to the board?
This is Ronnie Morris. I mean, the motion is actually to go conduct the investigation. The motion doesn't include any action beyond that.
Okay.
So we have a motion on the table to investigate if there is a mechanism to pay the remainder of that contract for the services that we do know were done. They just were not submitted within the appropriate time frame. So Ronnie?
This is Edward, I'll second
Okay.
that motion.
Okay, so we'll take a roll call, and it's just for an investigation, and this will come back to us to let us know if it can be done or if it cannot. Okay, okay, Sherry?
Yes.
Vicki?
Yes.
Bambi?
Yes.
Edward, yes. Kenny?
Yes.
Ronnie?
Yes.
Maria?
Yes.
And Christie is a yes. So is there a time limit, Catherine? Would there be a time limit on that, or just as you can find out information? We meet again May 7th, so hopefully you'll have something by that time. Okay.
We can make sure to have that for the next, this is Dr. Martin, we can make sure to have that for the next board meeting, so that if we can pay it, then you can make the vote whether to pay it or not. If we can't, then we can report back our findings.
Okay, thank y'all. Okay, we're going to move on with new business. Letter B, the superintendent's evaluation discussion. Do you have to exit the room for that?
Okay, so this is Dr. Martin. In my contract as superintendent for the SSD, there's a clause in there that requires an annual evaluation. In the current contract, that clause states the evaluation must be completed by April 1st. I do not think that this is a reasonable timeline at this point to complete that observation process, due to the fact that in the actual annual evaluation process that was adopted, there is a component where, let me go to that part. There's a component where there are 25 stakeholders that receive the rubric as part of the evaluation process, and those 25 stakeholders that receive the rubric are essentially calculated as one board member score for the rubric. So I don't think that is really feasible to be completed before April the 1st. So I think that the board may want to consider a couple of things. I think that you may want to consider amending my contract to provide an extension for this year's evaluation to the end of, to be completed before the end of May. There's also in the directions for the evaluation process that there is a formal written report generated and given to the superintendent either the first or second meeting after the evaluation is complete. I think if you extend the evaluation period to the end of May, during the May meeting, you could have, the board members could have obviously you have a copy of the rubric currently. You could take time to complete that rubric either before the meeting, or you can go into executive session and complete the rubrics after that. But I think if you do it to that May meeting, that will give us the time, it will give the board the time to distribute those 25 rubrics out to whoever they want to distribute those out to get that feedback as well. And then you can meet in the May meeting and sort of develop your rating based on the rubrics that you get back, and based on how you complete the rubrics yourselves. You can develop the rating, and then by the next board meeting, you could the personnel committee could have the official written report, and it could be voted on then in August. But you could develop the you'd have a good idea in May where your rating's going to be, and you could even make that public, and then publish the report for the following meeting. So that's what the things that you could possibly think about doing. Obviously, this is your process and not my process, but I would be amicable to amending my contract, and Andre, you can feel free to chime in on this, but the amended contract would just be a simple one-pager at the end that just would say the extension, there's been an extension for the evaluation process to the dates lines that they decide upon, and then we just sign it, right?
This is Andre. Yes, that's correct. The board would first need to make a motion to approve the amendment, and therein can specify the time, the change, and the date. And then thereafter, we could simply prepare, with assistance of your general counsel, an amendment to the superintendent's existing contract.
This is Edward Bell. Got a question? Yeah. So I don't have any problem with the amendment to the May meeting. That's fine. I believe the personnel committee completed the last couple of rubric assessments for the superintendent. This is the first that I'm hearing about it right now for your particular position, and I appreciate that that's coming up relatively soon. I do not know for sure if the personnel committee is an ongoing committee, if that committee needs to be reconstituted, or who the members of that committee are. But whether it's an April date or it's a May date, it does seem to me that the personnel, or whichever committee is to conduct the assessment, has some work to do ahead of themselves in the next couple of months. And I would just like some clarity as to who is responsible specifically for conducting that assessment and the compilation of those findings and results. I think the month extension on that is perfectly reasonable, and I'll be glad to participate in that. But as of right now, I'm not sure who is going to be in charge and the mechanisms for conducting that assessment.
So this is David Martin. So Dr. Bell, every board member will fill out a rubric, and that will go in. The biggest task that the personnel committee is going to have to do is to figure out what 25 stakeholders should they identify, and that could be employees here, it could be community stakeholders, parents, it could be a variety of folks. That's going to be the biggest, and I don't mind assisting with that. I just want to make sure that everything's above board, because I don't want to be seen as stacking folks in my favor to fill out this rubric, right? So we don't mind helping distribute at the district. I can get my assistant to distribute the rubrics for you. I just don't want to be the one that says these are the people that are getting the rubrics, because I think that's sort of a conflict of interest. So that's the biggest task, and then every board member will, because remember, those 25 stakeholders are essentially, those will be tabulated and counted as one vote, and then the rest of the board members will each have their rubric, and that will have an equal footing into what my eventual rating will be. And then the second thing that the personnel committee would do is, after that's done, and I would say that should be, if we could, what I would do is shoot for having those rubrics completed at the next board meeting, so that you guys can have a discussion in executive session. In that discussion in executive session, you develop you see where my strengths are and where some opportunities for improvement, where you want me to work on, right. And then, come up with that list of things, and then the personnel committee could go back and actually develop that report, and then, based on your feedback.
Surveying those individuals who are directly impacted by your performance, what are the parameters as to what that stakeholder group consists of? Because 25 is a new number to me.
So this is Dr. Martin again. The way that the 25, the process was laid out to the board during a previous, I think it was the it wasn't the May board meeting, it might have been the following board meeting where there was a vote taken on how we were going to do the evaluation process. There was a discussion made, and that's how it was decided that it was going to be done by the board. So that's where the 25 came from. If you want to open up a survey, then you can make that part, you can make a motion today, and, but we would just have to update the evaluation process. That's not the process that was set forth by the board previous. And again, we'll be more than happy to try to assist with getting those surveys, essentially it's the rubric. It's, they'll have the chance to fill out the rubric just like every board member does. And then, but we can assist with that. Ronnie?
Yeah, Ronnie Morris here. Yeah, my recollection was that at that time that there was interest in getting some, giving stakeholders an opportunity to engage, and that's where this item came from. I think we've had really good engagement with our stakeholders since that time, but I think we want to honor the original agreement as well, and give stakeholders basically, like you said, one vote in the assessment. I fully support that we follow through on that commitment. Dr. Bell, do you have any interest in leading this from a personnel perspective, or?
I don't know that I can commit to leading it, because I know I missed a couple of meetings, and so I'm not quite up to speed on the agreement that you were talking about, but I'm certainly willing to take a proactive role in it. So if you or somebody would be willing to sort of take leadership, I'm glad to do the work on it or to help with it. I know I'd helped quite a bit in the last one, but I would just need some clarity. I would need somebody to guide me on exactly what it is we're doing or not doing. But so taking the full leadership, I can't commit to, but taking an active role, I can commit to.
Okay. Unless other board members have specific interest, I'd be happy to assume that responsibility. And we'll get it on the agenda for the next board meeting to go into executive session and review the outcomes.
And then also, this is Dr. Martin, I think it might be beneficial to you that if I say by April 15th or something like that, let's go with tax day, right? April 15th, that I can also do an outline for you based on the rubric. And
to be compiled in the report to be provided at that time. I think it's best if we handle all the data, the raw data, and provide the report directly.
This is Ronnie Morris. I support that, and we should be able to provide that information to the board at the next board meeting in executive session.
And you would just need to let us know, this is Dr. Martin, you would just need to let us know who you want us to send. If you need us to help facilitate that, let us know who to send it, and it can go through, we could even set up a third, somebody that doesn't fall under my chain of command if we need to.
This is Ronnie Morris. I'll get with you offline and we can work through all the details, but appreciate your efforts to help us with this process since it's the first time we're going through it.
Mine too.
Okay, so thank you, Dr. Martin. We have a motion on the floor to extend the timeline to May 30th, and then to report, I believe, our next board meeting is the next, okay, May 7th. So we're going to take a vote on that motion to extend this. Sherry?
I have a question. This is Sherry. I have a question. We're looking at May 30th. If we don't see that report until August, the August meeting, it will be that long before we see it?
Yeah, this is Ronnie Morris. Actually, what we would do is we'll work with stakeholders and Dr. Martin and board members to gather the list of 25 stakeholders. Then we'll send the survey out to those 25 stakeholders. We'll compile their responses. We'll also send the survey to board members individually, ask them to respond. We'll compile that information and then it'll be presented to board members in executive session at the May 7th meeting.
So all the data, Sherry, should be returned. If we get on this now, we'll put a timeline in place, and we'll meet in May to discuss all of this, the 25 other people, and then what the board has to say on each of their evaluations.
This is Sherry. So should we set a timeline of April 30th instead of May 30th? That's a very long span of time there to fill out a survey.
That's fine by me.
I was just wondering, I was thinking that I would like to see that before May 7th, before the May 7th meeting, maybe after the executive session.
So this is it.
David?
This is Dr. Martin. Sherry, the reason I said May 30th is because the way the contract reads, it has to be complete by a certain date. So I just put May 30th so that way you guys can complete it during May 7th's board meeting, and then the final report could be submitted to me and to put my personnel file at the August board meeting.
This is Sherry. That is clear. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll take a vote on extending it to May 30th, and the Personnel Committee working through all the odds and ends, and then the board will meet in executive session. Sherry?
Yes.
Vicky?
Yes.
Bambi?
Yes.
Edward?
Yes.
Kenny?
Yes.
Ronnie?
Yes.
And Maria?
Yes.
Yes.
And Christy is a yes. Okay, motion passes. Get my glasses out. Okay, so we're going to move on to new business. Changes to the open meeting law. Andre, are you going to talk to us about that, or?
We have to break in 5 minutes. just
Okay.
so you know.
Who's talking about the open meeting law? Do we know? There were some changes made. Break? Okay.
Hello, I'm Josh Miller. I'm the Director of Educational Technology here at the Special School District. And I guess I'll have to go pretty quick then with the break coming in 5 minutes. Dr. Martin asked me to briefly discuss some of the efforts that we've taken pursuant to the legislation changes. I anticipate there'll be a lot of interest and some questions around the changes to those laws, which will allow board members to participate in these meetings virtually. And so in anticipation of getting ready for that and those changes, we've looked at the existing technology that we do have, and we've reached out to other stakeholders. We toured the Department of Education, for example. We did consider renting a facility or borrowing some other state agency's facility or something like that, and we quoted that because there's a fairly significant amount of technology needed to make these kinds of things occur in a hybrid environment. Anytime you have more than one microphone in a room with speakers and you're bringing in additional audio sources, there's a real chance that it won't sound or look so great. So to that end, we've begun practicing quite a bit. So there's a fairly elaborate setup in here now. You may notice some changes from previous board meetings. Personally, I think it's never looked better, and I'd like to thank specifically the IT team back there, Mr. Rob, Mr. David, Laurie, self, Katie, as well as Heather Covington for their feedback. We partnered with the interpreters because as the legislations change to allow the hybrid participation in these meetings, we are still obligated to provide as accessible of a space possible, in this room to conduct the meeting in this space as well. So some of the things that we've done, there is a sort of a Zoom meeting going on right now. Let me take a step back. What that may look like for the board is that they will adopt policies around what those hybrid meetings will look like, and then ourselves as an IT team and the interpreting team will figure out how to make that happen to the best of our ability. It may look something like using either a Zoom or Zoom webinar type platform whereby board members can join from a remote location. We would then conduct and facilitate the meeting in this room for people who chose to come to campus, or for the general public who will still have the ability to observe that meeting remotely. Are there any questions so far? Okay, so in brief.
Yes, this is Sherry. I was just wondering how the open comments would work, the public comment on Zoom.
I think the board will have to adopt policies around what that looks like.
I see. I think that that's very complicated and quite a bit of work to do it on Zoom. I've seen it myself. It is quite difficult.
Yes, ma'am. We've put a fair amount of work into it recently. I'll say this, a lot of conversation, so there's always the sort of the intersection of the technology and your processes. So there is certainly more than one way to handle it from a technical standpoint, and there's definitely more than one way to handle it as far as just sort of administering the meeting itself. And so some of our conversations revolved quite a bit around how we're going to deploy staff to make sure that things go very smoothly. And a lot of time talked about the accessibility piece, of course, but also backups. So having a flexible system in place where people are aware of what their roles are and how they can connect. The last thing that we would want to do is encumber the process, waste anyone's time. The law does allow a bit of troubleshooting for the technology before the meeting would have to be rescheduled, but I can assure you it's the last thing that the technology team wants us to be responsible for that. And so building in some backups in process. So for example, at this time today, all of the staff members who are directly involved in the setup of this meeting are prepared in the event of a technology failure to, for example, show the PowerPoint, in other words. So we all have all of the presentation materials on our devices. We've all ensured our devices are working. They don't need to be, they're not dead. They don't need to be updated. They actually have the software that they'll need, including Zoom and PowerPoint. So that's in place today. We're doing a backup recording because a lot of effort and time goes into putting these things together. The last thing we would want is for some technical glitch to cause our recordings to not be available. And so, pending the decision of the board and the policies that they put forth, we are taking those measures to ensure things go as smoothly as possible.
Okay, we're going to have to, this is Dr. Martin, we're going to have to take a quick break for the caption services. So we will reconvene. If, Madam President, are you okay with that? Then we will reconvene in 15 minutes, so 17 after 2. All right, this is Dr. Martin. It appears that the captionist is standing by, so I think we're ready, Madam President, to get rolling again.
Hello. Okay, hey, this is Christy Flynn, and we are going to move along with where we left off, and I'm going to get our counsel, Andre, to come speak to the requirements of the new virtual meetings.
Hi, this is Andre. What we're talking about are changes to the Louisiana Open Meetings Law. And hang on. Okay, this is Andre. Am I coming across well?
Check to make sure that it's meeting active when turning the mic off.
1, 2, 3.
So it seems I need to speak directly into it. We're talking about changes to the open meetings law, and there's Act 393 of the 2023 Louisiana Legislature that changed the open meetings law to now provide for basically state statutory ADA mandated access. And there's two elements of it. There's a public participation aspect and there's a board member participation aspect. The language used states that revised statute 4214 subsection E subsection 1. Each public body that has the capability to allow any member of the public with a disability recognized by the Americans with Disability Act shall adopt rules, regulations, and procedures to regulate and facilitate participation via electronic or video conferencing for any such person who prior to the meeting requests that accommodation. A similar change is provided for public board members, specifically this board. And revised statute 4217.2.1 says that any member of a public body who has an ADA disability shall be allowed to participate and vote in a meeting via electronic means, which vote counts towards a quorum. What I've prepared for the board's consideration is a proposed resolution that does three things. The first thing it does is this board formally requests that the superintendent be directed to fund and begin the process of implementing the requisite IT electronic accommodations necessary to ensure the board is compliant with Act 393. What we're seeing in this room today is already proof that the superintendent has directed the SSD to begin and implement this process. It's not going to be an overnight thing. We're taking the first baby steps now to accomplish this and to provide for virtual meeting access. The second thing that this resolution for the board will do is to request that the superintendent provide to the board within 60 days a cost estimate of implementing these electronic accessibility measures. We need that for purposes of rulemaking under the Administrative Procedures Act. The next step is for the board to authorize its attorneys to draft the requisite rules, regulations, and other compliance measures with the Louisiana Administrative Procedures Act. That's basically how all this comes down on the legal side. We could get a whole lot more detail, but there's no reason to. I'd be happy to take anyone's questions if they have them.
This is Edward.
Yes.
I'd like to move adoption of the resolution.
Make that.
Okay, so I'm going to read this to you, and this is what we're going to vote on. To approve the SSD Board's attorneys to draft rules, regulations, and procedures for the Board's consideration relative to implementing the requirements of Act 393 of the 2023 regular session of the legislature for conducting board meetings via electronic means, and to direct the superintendent of the special school district to fund and implement the necessary IT, electronic improvements needed to permit the board to comply with the ADA mandates of Act 393. Do I need to read the whole thing, or is that good?
Move adoption.
Okay, so we have a move to adopt.
I have a question.
Yes.
Did I understand that we're also approving the funding right now?
No, he has to get the cost estimate back to us in 60 days, I think it said.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so
60 days, yes.
we had a move. Kenny?
I wanted to ask you a question. You were talking about within 60 days. The IT department would look into how much it would cost and then inform us within the 60 days. I just was wanting clarification.
Yes,
I will
that's it.
second it. I will second the motion.
Okay, so we're going to take a vote on this for them to look at the cost, because it is an ADA mandate. It's not something we cannot do. We have to do it to move forward. So, Bambi?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I was looking at Sherry. Vicky?
Yes.
Bambi? Sherry? I'm losing it, y'all. Sherry?
Yes.
Edward?
Yes.
Kenny?
Yes.
Ronnie?
Yes.
Maria?
Yes.
Okay, and I am a yes. All right, so that is done. Okay, we're going to move on to discuss the proposed statutory amendment to LARS 17-1945, Act 468 of the 2021 regular legislative session. Is that Bambi that will be talking about this? And I think it has to do with where we get our board members from.
I'll open it up. I just had made the suggestion that the board consider looking into the legislation that, enabling legislation of this board, that there's a requirement that there's representation from each Department of Health region of the state, and there's some specific requirements, and just to make, and that creates some issues of getting like the best expertise and the most engagement from those representatives. And so just making the recommendation that instead of it being like a mandate to have that representation, that it just be, I forgot the language. Andre, do you have the language in front of you that we said? Or no, I can pull it up on my phone, on my email.
This is Andre. The language was as far as practicable, as opposed to being mandated region by region. And the general gist was to open up this board to more candidates and not to necessarily have it pigeonhole each specific one.
Okay, this is Christie, so this is what we would be, somebody would look into the way the legislation is presented so that we could have board members that aren't in specific areas that maybe have more expertise.
Yeah, this is Ronnie Morris. I think what started the conversation was a concern about being able to meet quorum.
Right.
And with folks having to travel all over the state and so forth, you know, without compensation, that got to be an issue. And so in order to address the concerns for meeting quorum, I think that the suggestion here is to see if we can work with one of the legislators to support a bill that would adjust the current language so that, you know, we're making best efforts. But the primary focus should be that we're able to make quorum with a representative group, which may not be particular parts of the state, but they're certainly interested in what's going on within SSD. So I'm happy to recommend one or two representatives, Bambi, if you want to work the logistics with them.
Edward, I have I guess a question or a comment. The term as far as much as practicable, I don't have a problem with that except in who it is that is determining what is practicable. That could get watered down over time. My other comment would be related to the previous motion that we already made. I believe that if we pass the policy and the infrastructure to be able to have attendance via Zoom or via other ways from across the state, then I think that this issue may be less of an issue. I'm one of those that I come from more than 4 hours away, and so it is a bit of a challenge to come down here 4 or more times a year, and having that option would certainly make it easier for people like myself in other parts of the state to be here. And what my only concern is, as far as changing it from being mandated to be as practicable, is will that limit geographic representation if we don't have, you know, this other legislation passed? I do think that there is quite a bit of diversity throughout the state, but some of our diversity is in the outlying areas, and I would just hate for misinterpretation of the policy to work toward expedience and not accurate representation. So I don't know whether or not it makes sense to table this discussion until after there's resolution of the open laws resolution or not. I'm not making a motion right now at this point, but I do think that resolving that first issue would, in a large way, help to take care of this issue.
So I can respond to that. I agree with you, but I think the issue is bigger than just people being able to attend from across the state. We have a lot of like state agencies on this board, or we have representatives that are very specific, and what has happened in the past is that all of those LDH regions have been represented, so we'd have to, and there's a vacancy, so we have to tell an office, like say the office, my position, that they can't choose someone that lives in Region 4 where I live. And so for several months, I had to have someone who was a former staff member in the Governor's Office of Disability Affairs stay on this board, because everyone else who worked in my office was in regions that were already represented on this board. So it created that kind of issue there. So it wasn't about being able to attend in person or virtual. It was that just an agency their expertise might be someone who lives in a region that can't be appointed because of this law. And so the other point of it is that the members are within the law, say for the person who represents someone with a visual disability, there's organizations that submit the names to the governor. So I would say in your concern about how that's interpreted, it is the governor who makes the appointments here. So, I mean, first off, we have to advocate that we want geographic representation, but also...
Rather than mandating I mean, could we say something about mandating equal representation amongst the constituency represented within the SSD or something like that, rather than region by region, but it just as practicable, kind of, just that terminology seems a little loose to me, but if we say mandated to represent the constituency of those served by the board, I mean, that would, some language like that would make me feel a little bit more comfortable.
This is Andre. Dr. Bell, I don't think we're asking today for specific legislation or verbiage. I think the idea was to stimulate a conversation amongst this board to get a legislative liaison, if you will, to help us maybe address what some board members have perceived as an issue with the very narrow and tight current legislation that's on the books. And would imagine everybody on this board would be happy and open to anybody and everybody's suggested language that we would get the legislative liaison to propose.
Oh, okay, so I apologize then. So is there a motion we're actually voting on today? What would be the motion we're actually voting on?
The motion would be that the board agrees to pursue potential legislative changes and that we would look to finding a legislative sponsor to assist us in this endeavor. While we're on that, my only other suggestion for the board to consider, if you're going to go into the process of changing legislation, this board may want to consider also seeking a change in the current legislation that does not allow for travel reimbursement. I think that's a huge burden on a board that's not compensated. That's my 2 cents, but that's for this board to decide and consider.
I think both issues are important. Does anybody, Bambi, would you like to put both of those things in form of a motion?
Yeah, I'll make that motion.
So being both the review of the mandate language as well as reimbursement for travel for members?
Yes.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, so we'll take a board vote at this time. Sherry?
Yes.
Vicki?
Yes.
Bambi?
Yes.
Edward?
Yes.
Kenny?
Yes.
Ronnie?
Yes.
Maria?
Yes.
And Christy is a yes. Okay. Yes, Ronnie?
Yeah, I'd like to add that we have until February 28th to file a bill. So if we want to get it in this session,
Okay.
there is a deadline to get a bill filed for consideration.
Okay, thank you. Okay, with that being said, we're going to move on. And I believe that the new business, letter E, we actually discussed in letter C. So I don't think we need to discuss letter E. Is that correct? Dr. Martin? Dr. Martin, do we need to discuss letter E since we discussed letter C?
So I think that with the resolution to task me to
C.
set up the electronic meetings, I think that pretty much squashes that last agenda item that, you know, we're obviously going to move forward with making electronic meetings a possibility.
Okay. I just want to, if I look back to where we started, this is Christy Flynn. If I look back to where we started when we had our first board meeting and where we are today, and just with all the different technology devices and the way that the meeting runs, I just want to say thank you to all the people who are behind the scenes that make this happen. I have never really been part of a board before, and it has definitely been a very great learning experience, but for just all the papers and the typing and the emails, Amy, thank you so much for all that you do. I appreciate you a whole lot, and I know everybody else does as well. So, Yes, and thank you to all the IT people. A round of applause for you all. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, and I think we have can adjourn, so a motion to adjourn. Okay, and that is it. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Sherry. All right, y'all, we will see you next time. Make sure you put your calendar together with our meeting dates.